Chapter 1 The Crippled Disciple. Full English text. The cold night wind cut through the pine forest of Qingxian sect like a sharp blade, sweeping across the dilapidated wooden hut at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the cold bluestone floor, his thin body trembling slightly. Dusk had fallen for 3 full hours, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth drifted past his body like fleeting smoke, unable to merge into his shattered spiritual root. 3 years ago, he was the most dazzling young genius of Qingxian sect. At 16, he broke through to the third spirit layer, a talent that only appeared once in 100 years in the minor cultivation world. The sect elders praised him endlessly, and the sect master personally promised to pass down the core immortal technique to him. But glory faded overnight. On the night of the core baptism ceremony, his junior brother Zhang Hao, whom he had always treated as a blood brother, secretly poisoned his spiritual vein. The vicious poison shattered his innate spiritual root, turning a peerless genius into a useless cripple who could no longer absorb spiritual energy. Worse still, Zhang Hao framed him for stealing the sect's sacred spirit stone. Without a single chance to defend himself, Lin Yu was deprived of all his cultivation resources, demoted to the lowest outer disciple, and banished to this desolate mountain hut to fend for himself. Spiritual root shattered, cultivation wasted. A hoarse whisper escaped Lin Yu's dry lips. His dark eyes, once bright like starlight, were covered with faint weariness and cold hatred. For 3 years, he endured endless ridicule and humiliation. Outer disciples bullied him at will. Inner disciples laughed at his downfall, and the elders who once favored him turned a blind eye to his suffering. Everyone thought he was finished. A broken spiritual root meant a dead end in cultivation. In the cruel immortal cultivation world, a cultivator without spiritual roots was worse than ordinary mortals. But no one knew the truth. The violent poison that shattered his mortal spiritual root had awakened an ancient dormant physique hidden in his bloodline, the void physique. Ordinary cultivators relied on spiritual roots to absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy. Yet the void physique transcended all common sense. It did not need spiritual roots at all. It devoured all energy, spiritual chi, demonic power, immortal essence, even the void power between heaven and earth. For 3 years, Lin Yu had been suppressing the power in his body, hiding his true state. He knew too well the cruelty of this world. Once his special physique was exposed, he would be hunted by countless major sects and ancient clans, doomed to endless pursuit and death. Tonight, the moon is void, the stellar tide surges. It's time to break the seal. Lin Yu slowly raised his head, gazing at the dark night sky covered by dense dark clouds. A trace of sharp light burst out from his deep eyes, cutting through the haze of decadence that had shrouded him for 3 years. He slowly stretched out his right hand. A faint, invisible black mist quietly emerged from his palm. The mist was formless, silent, and it did not emit the dazzling aura of ordinary spiritual energy. It was obscure, vast, and boundless, just like the silent void outside the firmament. This was void power, the most supreme and mysterious power in the entire cultivation realm. Boom! A faint roar echoed inside his body. The shackles that had suppressed his physique for 3 years began to crumble inch by inch. The scattered spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth was instantly drawn by the black void mist, pouring into his body like a raging river. The broken spiritual veins in his body were rapidly being repaired and transformed by the mighty void power. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being reborn, washing away the mortal dirt in his bones. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind suddenly rose around the wooden hut. The fallen leaves on the ground floated up automatically, spinning rapidly in the air, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. The terrifying energy fluctuation spread outward in an instant, sweeping across the entire foot of Qingxian Mountain. Inside the distant inner sect pavilion, Zhang Hao was sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Feeling the sudden violent energy fluctuation, he suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of disdain flashing across his handsome face. Who is making a fool of themselves at the outer sect foot of the mountain? Such trivial spiritual energy fluctuations are ridiculous. He had already broken through to the 7th spirit layer in 3 years, becoming the new top genius of Qingxian sect. He had long forgotten the discarded Lin Yu, whom he thought was a waste crawling in the dirt. In his eyes, Lin Yu was just a dead man who had been crushed by his schemes, never worthy of being mentioned again. At the same time, several outer disciples who were patrolling the mountain foot also noticed the movement. Look! The energy fluctuation comes from that waste Lin Yu's hut. Ridiculous. A cripple with broken spiritual roots can only struggle like a mortal. How can he trigger spiritual energy vortices? It must be the residual spiritual energy of the mountain terrain, nothing worth caring about. That trash will never rise again in his life. The disciples sneered and shook their heads, completely ignoring the earth-shaking transformation happening in the dilapidated hut. They had no idea that the moment they mocked him, a new supreme powerhouse was awakening in the desolate mountain hut. In the wooden hut, Lin Yu's aura kept soaring. Mortal layer first stage. Mortal layer third stage. Mortal layer 6th stage. In just 10 breaths of time, he crossed the entire mortal layer in one go, stepping directly into the spirit layer that he had reached 3 years ago, and his momentum did not stop at all. The void power in his body became more and more vigorous, pure, and terrifying, far surpassing the ordinary spiritual energy of Qingxian sect. Spirit layer 9th stage, peak. Lin Yu exhaled a long breath of turbid air. his whole body's temperament changed completely. The decadence and weakness on his body vanished without a trace, replaced by a cold, sharp, and aloof aura that overlooked all living beings. He slowly stood up, his tall and straight figure standing in the cold night wind. His black hair fluttered gently, and his deep eyes were calm like an ancient well, hiding endless vast void power. 3 years of humiliation, 3 years of dormant. From today on, I, Lin Yu, return. All the betrayal, insult, and pain I have endured will be repaid 100 times over. A low voice echoed in the night, firm and icy, carrying the determination to defy heaven and overturn fate. The era of the ordinary genius was over. The legend of the Void Sovereign had just begun. Chapter 2: The First Reckoning. The night breeze still howled through the barren pine woods, but the aura around the shabby wooden hut had completely changed. A moment ago, this corner of Qingxian Mountain had been nothing but cold, dead silence, abandoned by all sect disciples. Now, invisible ripples of void power rippled through the air, pressing down every wisp of mortal spiritual energy within 100 feet. The spiritual vortex above the hut slowly dissipated, yet the faint, obscure pressure lingering in the air was far more terrifying than any ordinary spirit layer cultivator's aura. Lin Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind. The paleness and frailty that had clung to him for 3 years vanished entirely. His bones creaked softly, reshaped by the boundless void force, every inch of his skin brimming with reborn vitality. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, sensing the brand new power surging endlessly in his meridians. Ordinary cultivators cultivated spirit qi, which was gentle, disciplined, and bound by the heavenly rules of this cultivation realm. But the power dwelling within Lin Yu was wild, ancient, and unparalleled. It devoured, eroded, and transcended all mortal shackles. It was the power of the primordial void, the origin of all creation and destruction. Spirit Layer Peak. Lin Yu whispered the level under his breath, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. 3 years ago, I reached this realm at 16 with my innate spiritual root. Now, with my void physique merely awakened, I stand at the same height overnight. The true gap has only just revealed itself. A regular Spirit Layer Peak disciple was a rare talent among outer sect disciples, enough to stand equal to some low-rank inner sect practitioners. But in Lin Yu's eyes, this was only the starting point of his revenge and rebirth. The void power in his body was still accumulating, dormant yet ready to erupt. He could feel that breaking through to the earth layer was only a thought away. He had merely restrained his realm deliberately, unwilling to expose his monstrous growth in one night and stir up premature chaos within the sect. Too many eyes watched him. Too many people awaited his eternal downfall. And tonight, he would start paying back every ounce of humiliation he had endured. Crunch, crunch. Footsteps sounded from the forest path outside the hut, arrogant and unhurried. 3 outer sect disciples in faded cyan robes walked over with torches in hand, their faces twisted with mockery and disdain. They were the same trio who had bullied Lin Yu countless times over the past 3 years, taking pleasure in trampling on the fallen genius to highlight their own pathetic superiority. The leading youth was tall and stout, with a scar slashing across his left eyebrow. His name was Wang Hu, a mid-stage Spirit Layer outer disciple who relied on Zhang Hao's backing to run rampant at the mountain foot. He kicked open the rotten wooden door of the hut without the slightest courtesy, the torch in his hand illuminating Lin Yu's upright figure. "Oh, our great cripple is still awake," Wang Hu sneered loudly, his voice sharp and sarcastic, carrying blatant contempt. "Just now we sensed spiritual energy stirring here. Could it be that you're still delusional enough to think you can cultivate with your broken root?" The two disciples behind him burst into mocking laughter, their eyes filled with scorn. "Brother Wang, don't ridicule him. This guy was once a genius after all. He must be dreaming of returning to his former glory. Dreaming is all he can do. A broken spiritual root is a lifelong death sentence. Tonight's wind is cold. Why not let us teach him a lesson to warm him up?" These three had long grown accustomed to bullying Lin Yu. In their eyes, this fallen genius was nothing more than a punching bag for them to vent their boredom, a tool for them to gain favor from Zhang Hao. In the past, whenever they came, Lin Yu would lower his head silently, endure all insults and beatings without resistance, too weak to fight back. That cowardly compliance had indulged their arrogance, making their bullying more unscrupulous each time. But tonight, the atmosphere was utterly different. Facing their blatant provocation, Lin Yu did not lower his head. He slowly lifted his gaze, his deep eyes calm and icy, without a trace of the former weakness and cowardice. There was only endless indifference, as if he was watching three insignificant ants jumping up and down. "You want to teach me a lesson?" Lin Yu's voice was low and cold, no longer hoarse and weak as before. Every word carried a faint oppressive chill, making the temperature inside the hut plummet instantly. Wang Hu was stunned for a moment, then burst into furious laughter. "Ha ha ha! Listen to this tone. Has the waste grown bold after 3 years of being beaten dumb? How dare you talk to us like that? Do you still remember your identity? You are a ruined cripple, the lowest trash in Qingxian sect." As he spoke, Wang Hu clenched his right fist, surging mid-stage spirit layer spirit chi wrapping around his knuckles. A faint cyan light flickered, carrying the power to crush ordinary mortals. He had long since planned to beat Lin Yu half to death tonight. After all, Zhang Hao had casually mentioned a few days ago that he disliked seeing this former genius lingering in the sect. As a loyal lackey, Wang Hu naturally understood what he needed to do. "I'll cripple your remaining useless limbs today, so you can lie on the ground and beg for mercy." With a roar, Wang Hu charged forward, his fist blasting straight toward Lin Yu's chest, fierce and brutal. The two disciples behind him crossed their arms and watched with sneers, already looking forward to seeing Lin Yu fall to the ground, coughing up blood and wailing in pain. But the next scene froze their smiles on their faces, turning into utter shock and disbelief. Facing the fierce incoming fist, Lin Yu did not dodge or retreat. He merely raised his right hand casually, reaching out to grab Wang Hu's wrist. Bang! The moment their flesh collided, the surging Saiyan spirit chi on Wang Hu's fist collapsed instantly like broken glass, vanishing without a trace. The formidable power he was proud of seemed ridiculous and fragile in front of Lin Yu's palm. Wang Hu's entire body stiffened abruptly, his eyes widening to the extreme. He felt an incomparably vast, terrifying force erupt from Lin Yu's body, locking his entire arm in place, making him unable to move an inch. The bone in his wrist creaked sharply, as if it would shatter at any moment. What power is this? Wang Hu's voice trembled violently, his face draining of all color in an instant. Panic and horror flooded his heart like a tidal wave. He could not understand. How could a cripple with a broken spiritual root, who had been unable to cultivate for 3 years, possess such terrifying strength? Lin Yu's eyes were cold and emotionless. He flicked his wrist gently. Crack! A crisp bone fracture sound rang out in the quiet hut. Wang Hu let out a miserable scream that tore through the night sky. His entire right arm was twisted and deformed, the intense pain sweeping through his whole body, making his vision turn black. Before he could even fall to the ground, Lin Yu lifted his foot and kicked his chest ruthlessly. Boom! A powerful force burst out, sending Wang Hu's stout body flying backward like a broken sack. He crashed heavily into the earthen wall of the hut, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality fading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the domineering Wang Hu was defeated in an instant, completely powerless to resist. The two outer disciples who had been watching the show froze on the spot, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their torches nearly slipping from their hands. Their faces were filled with incredulous terror, as if they had seen a ghost. "Why you? How is this possible? Your spiritual root is broken. You shouldn't be able to cultivate." They stared at Lin Yu in horror, their minds completely blank. The cognition they had clung to for 3 years was shattered overnight. The useless cripple they could bully at will had suddenly become a powerful cultivator who could crush a mid-stage spirit layer disciple with a single move. Lin Yu turned his gaze toward them, his eyes devoid of any warmth, like staring at two dying insects. "For 3 years, you've mocked me, insulted me, and attacked me again and again." He walked forward step by step, his footsteps light yet carrying overwhelming pressure that weighed on the two disciples' hearts. "Do you think all of this ends with just a few words of apology?" The two disciples' legs went weak with fear. They no longer had the slightest arrogance from before, scrambling backward in panic, their voices trembling with terror. "Senior Brother Lin, we were wrong. We beg for mercy. We didn't mean to offend you. It was all Wang Hu's idea. Spare us." They had bullied Lin Yu for years, never once thinking that the day of reckoning would come so suddenly and fiercely. Lin Yu's expression remained cold, without the slightest waver. Mercy was never for those who trampled on his dignity. Whoosh! Two faint streaks of void power flickered at his fingertips, silent and invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, they pierced the Dantian meridians of the two fleeing disciples. Puff! Puff! The two disciples let out shrill screams at the same time. The spiritual chi in their bodies collapsed instantly, their cultivated foundations shattered completely. In the blink of an eye, they fell from spirit layer cultivators to ordinary mortals, losing all their cultivation forever. They collapsed on the ground, clutching their dantians and wailing in agony, their faces filled with endless despair. Lin Yu glanced down at the three people lying in the hut, his eyes calm without the slightest fluctuation. This was merely the first repayment. The three of them were just insignificant lackeys. The real culprits who had ruined his life, destroyed his future, and buried his glory were still standing high above in the inner sect, enjoying endless glory and favor. Zhang Hao and the sect elders who had turned a blind eye to his injustice. Tomorrow morning, the outer sect assessment begins. Lin Yu whispered to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Zhang Hao, you have occupied my resources, my reputation, and my position for 3 years. Tomorrow, I will take back everything that belongs to me. And the price you pay will be far more than mere cultivation. He turned and walked out of the dilapidated hut, the night wind sweeping his long black hair. His figure stood tall and straight under the dark moon, like a dormant ancient god, waiting for the moment to awaken and sweep across the entire cultivation realm. The road of revenge and hegemony had truly begun. Chapter 3 Sect Assessment, Shaking the Outer Sect. Dawn spilled over the rolling green peaks of Qingxian Mountain, dispersing the lingering night mist and gilding the ancient sect's carved railings and towering pavilions. The quiet outer sect grounds gradually bustled with activity. Today was the quarterly outer sect cultivation assessment, the most crucial event for all low-ranked disciples. The assessment results determined resource distribution, promotion qualifications, and even the chance to step into the inner sect. For outer disciples who struggled at the bottom of the cultivation world, this day was their only opportunity to climb higher and change their fates. Groups of cyan-robed disciples flocked toward the assessment platform, chatting and whispering as they walked. Their voices were filled with anticipation, nervousness, and countless discussions centered on the outer sex current top genius Zhang Hao. I heard senior brother Zhang Hao has broken through to the late spirit layer a few days ago. He's definitely the first place of this assessment again. No one in the entire outer sect can rival him now. 3 years ago, he was overshadowed by Lin Yu, but now that waste is nothing but a broken cripple. Senior brother Zhang is the true rising star of our Qingxian sect. It's such a pity. Back then Lin Yu's talent shocked the entire sect, but betrayal and a broken spiritual root ruined everything. Last night, I even heard Wang Hu and 2 other senior brothers went to tease him, and never came back. Truly boring. A useless man's farce isn't worth our attention. Today we just need to watch senior brother Zhang dominate the assessment field. The whispers spread through the crowd like wildfire. In everyone's mind, Lin Yu was a discarded chapter of the past. A trivial joke no one needed to remember. All glory and focus belonged solely to Zhang Hao. At this moment, a slender figure slowly walked out from the remote mountain footpath. He wore a faded, patched outer sect robe, his black hair tied loosely behind his head. There was no longer any trace of the depression and frailty that had lingered on him for 3 years. His features were sharp and cold, his deep eyes calm like an abyss, carrying a faint sense of detachment from all mortal trivialities. It was Lin Yu. As he stepped into the crowded assessment grounds, a brief stir swept through the surrounding disciples. Many people froze, staring at him with undisguised surprise and mockery. Look! It's Lin Yu. The cripple is actually here. What is he doing here? Does he think he can still participate in the cultivation assessment? A man with a broken spiritual root can't even gather spiritual qi. He must be here to watch the assessment, right? After all, this is the stage he once dominated. He's probably here to indulge in his old dreams. Sneers and taunts came from all directions, sharp and merciless. For 3 years, mocking Lin Yu had become a casual pastime for outer sect disciples. No one took him seriously, no one believed he could make any waves. Lin Yu ignored all the gazes and whispers. His expression remained indifferent, as if the countless mocking eyes were nothing but floating dust. He walked straight toward the disciple registration table, his step steady and unwavering. The elder in charge of registration was an old man with a gray beard, who had watched Lin Yu's fall from genius to cripple 3 years ago. Seeing him walk over, the elder frowned slightly, his tone filled with helplessness and disdain. Lin Yu, what are you doing here? Your spiritual root is shattered. You are not qualified to participate in the cultivation assessment. Leave at once and do not disrupt the sect's formal affairs. Lin Yu stopped before the table, his voice cold and clear, resounding steadily across the noisy crowd. The sect rules state that all registered outer sect disciples have the right to participate in quarterly assessments. I am still an outer disciple of Qingxian sect. What rule forbids me from participating? The elder was stunned for a moment, caught off guard by Lin Yu's sharp rebuttal. He had thought the fallen youth would be timid and humble, but now Lin Yu's bearing was completely different, calm, imposing, and unyielding. The surrounding disciples also fell silent for a second, then burst into louder ridicule. He's actually quibbling over sect rules. How shameless! Even if he participates, what's the point? He can't even cultivate a trace of spiritual qi. He'll only embarrass himself on the platform. Just as the commotion grew louder, a proud, elegant voice cut through the crowd. Junior brother Lin, why humiliate yourself? The crowd parted automatically. Zhang Hao walked forward slowly, dressed in a neat inner sect disciple robe. His bearing was elegant, his face carrying a gentle smile that fooled countless people. His cultivation aura surged faintly, revealing his late spirit layer realm, drawing countless envious and admiring gazes. He stopped in front of Lin Yu, his eyes sweeping over the latter's ordinary robes with hidden contempt and triumph. "I know you've suffered greatly these 3 years. I've always felt guilty about your misfortune." Zhang Hao's voice was warm and hypocritical, perfectly playing the role of a kind and compassionate senior brother. But cultivation is a path that relies on talent and roots. You have no spiritual root now, so give up useless persistence. Don't let everyone laugh at you further. His words sounded like consolation, but every syllable was filled with condescending mockery and crushing disdain. The surrounding disciples nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Zhang Hao's words. In their eyes, Zhang Hao was kind and magnanimous, while Lin Yu was stubborn and delusional. Lin Yu raised his eyes, staring straight at Zhang Hao's hypocritical face. A faint, icy smile tugged at his lips. Guilty Lin Yu's voice was low, only loud enough for the two of them to hear. "Zhang Hao, the poison you fed me, the reputation you stole, the future you buried, do you truly have even a trace of guilt in your heart?" Zhang Hao's smile froze instantly. His pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of panic flashing deep in his eyes. No one knew the truth of that night 3 years ago. He had always covered his crimes perfectly. How could Lin Yu speak of it so directly, but the panic vanished in an instant. Zhang Hao quickly regained his gentle smile, his voice colder than before. "Junior brother Lin, your frustration has made you delirious. Stop spouting nonsense. If you insist on joining the assessment, I have no objection. But don't cry when you lose completely and embarrass yourself in front of the entire outer section." He thought Lin Yu was merely venting madly after years of humiliation. Lin Yu did not bother wasting words with him. He turned to the stunned registration elder and repeated firmly, "Register me for the assessment." The elder hesitated for a moment, then sighed and stamped Lin Yu's name on the roster. Since the sect rules allowed it, he had no reason to refuse. "Fine. If you insist on humiliating yourself, no one can stop you." With registration completed, Lin Yu turned and walked toward the vast assessment platform, standing quietly at the end of the disciple queue. His figure was lonely, yet his aura was towering, like a sharp blade hidden in its sheath, waiting for the moment to draw blood and shock the world. The assessment began soon after. The outer sect assessment was divided into two parts: spiritual energy detection and actual combat dueling. The former tested one's cultivation realm, while the latter tested combat talent and foundation. Disciples stepped onto the spirit testing stone one by one. Dazzling cyan light bloomed on the stone surface, representing different cultivation realms. Most disciples lingered in the early and mid-spirit layer, with only a handful reaching the peak. When Zhang Hao stepped onto the spirit testing stone, blazing cyan light erupted instantly, soaring several feet into the air, brilliant enough to dazzle everyone's eyes. Late spirit layer. Truly worthy of being our outer sect's #1 genius. Such a powerful foundation. He's definitely going to be promoted to the inner sect soon. Cheers and exclamations erupted from the crowd. Zhang Hao stood on the stone, accepting all the admiration proudly, his eyes sweeping toward Lin Yu from a distance, filled with blatant provocation and disdain. In his eyes, Lin Yu was nothing but a clown waiting to be crushed. Soon, it was Lin Yu's turn. All eyes in the field instantly converged on him, filled with ridicule and curiosity. Everyone wanted to see how this broken cripple would embarrass himself. Hurry up and step forward. Let us see how a rootless waste tests his spiritual energy. I bet not a single ray of light will appear. He's completely useless. Facing the countless mocking gazes, Lin Yu walked slowly to the spirit testing stone and placed his palm flat on its cold surface. Zhang Hao stood in the crowd, a sneer playing on his lips, already waiting to watch Lin Yu's complete failure. But the next second, boom! A terrifying, pitch-black light burst out from the spirit testing stone without warning, sweeping across the entire assessment platform in an instant. The black light was deep, vast, and ancient, completely suppressing all the science spiritual light from other disciples. It carried a desolate and supreme void aura that made every cultivator's heart tremble violently. The entire spirit testing stone shook violently, its surface cracking with dense fine lines, as if it could not bear the terrifying power pouring out of Lin Yu's body. The noisy crowd fell dead silent in an instant. All mocking voices vanished without a trace. Every disciple, every observing elder, every staff member stared at the scene with eyes wide open, their faces drained of all color, filled with utter, earth-shaking shock. The late spirit layer aura that Zhang Hao was so proud of seemed trivial and ridiculous in front of this terrifying black void power. Zhang Hao's smile froze rigidly on his face. His body stiffened completely, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he stared at the black light covering the sky. His mind went completely blank. How is this possible? A broken spiritual root? A useless cripple who had been unable to cultivate for 3 years. How could he erupt with such a terrifying power that even far surpasses his own late spirit layer realm? Lin Yu slowly lifted his palm, and the black light faded instantly. He stood calmly on the testing platform, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the petrified crowd, and finally landed on the horrified Zhang Hao. A cold, killing smile bloomed on his lips. Zhang Hao. This assessment. I'm here to take everything you have. Chapter 4. the duel of humiliation. The words hung cold and sharp in the morning air, slicing through the deathly silence that had blanketed the entire assessment grounds. Every disciple, every watching elder, held their breath. For 3 long years, Lin Yu had been the sect's laughingstock, a broken genius reduced to dust, trampled by every outer disciple who sought to flatter Zhang Hao. No one had ever imagined this day would come, the cripple standing tall, radiating a terrifying power that crushed the outer sect's so-called unparalleled genius. The fine cracks spreading across the spirit testing stone continued to spiderweb outward, a silent testament to the monstrous force hidden within Lin Yu's body. Ordinary spirit layer cultivators could never shake the sect's spirit stone, not even peak stage experts. Yet Lin Yu's casual touch had nearly shattered it entirely. Impossible. Zhang Hao muttered under his breath, his gentle facade crumbling completely. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles whitening with suppressed rage and panic. The admiration and glory he had basked in for 3 years felt fleeting and fragile in this instant. He had spent every day convincing himself that Lin Yu was finished, a relic of the past that could never threaten him again. He had poisoned his brother, stolen his talent, and seized his status, all to climb to the top of the outer sect. Now, the man he had buried had risen from the ashes, stronger than ever. The gray-bearded registration elder stared at the cracked spirit stone, his eyes filled with incredulous awe. He had overseen outer sect assessments for decades, yet he had never witnessed such bizarre, overwhelming power. No spiritual root in the entire cultivation realm could produce such ancient, domineering energy. "What kind of power is this?" the elder whispered, his voice trembling slightly. No one dared answer. The black void aura lingering in the air did not carry the pure, gentle warmth of orthodox spirit chi. It was vast, silent, and devouring, as if it could swallow all mortal cultivation in an instant. It surpassed all common sense, breaking every rule of cultivation they had ever learned. Lin Yu stepped down from the testing platform, his footsteps steady and unhurried. His expression remained calm, without the slightest arrogance or excitement. This trivial shock to the crowd was nothing more than the beginning of his repayment. The realm test is over. Lin Yu's clear voice resounded across the silent grounds. Next is the combat duel. His gaze locked firmly onto Zhang Hao, sharp and icy, carrying an unspoken killing intent. The crowd erupted into a storm of whispers the moment Lin Yu spoke, the suppressed shock finally bursting free. He's not a cripple. Not even close. That power is far stronger than late spirit layer. 3 years of being unable to cultivate. How did he become so terrifying overnight? Did we all misjudge him? Was he hiding his strength all this time? The mocking tones of earlier were gone, replaced by utter disbelief and trepidation. The disciples who had laughed and taunted Lin Yu just minutes ago now lowered their heads in fear, afraid of drawing his attention. Zhang Hao's face turned livid with anger. He could feel countless eyes staring at him, filled with doubt, surprise, and subtle mockery. All the glory he had accumulated over 3 years was crumbling before everyone's eyes. He could not accept this. He would not allow a fallen, once broken rival to strip him of his status and fame. Quiet. Zhang Hao roared suddenly, his warm tone vanishing completely, replaced by cold arrogance and rage. A bizarre trick does not equal real cultivation. The spirit stone's abnormality is merely a momentary fluctuation, not genuine strength. He stepped forward swiftly, walking onto the towering combat duel platform, his cyan robes flaring sharply. Surges of late spirit layer spirit chi erupted from his body, blazing bright blue, trying to overwrite the fear Lin Yu had planted in the crowd. Lin Yu. Zhang Hao shouted, his voice sharp and domineering. If you dare, fight me on this platform. I'll prove to everyone here that you're nothing but a fraud relying on cheap tricks." He knew he had no choice but to fight. If he backed down now, his reputation in the outer sect would be destroyed forever. All his prestige, all the resources he had gained, would vanish overnight. He still refused to believe Lin Yu had truly recovered. In his mind, Lin Yu must have stumbled upon some strange forbidden artifact, borrowing temporary power to bluff the crowd. Once they fought in earnest, the borrowed power would collapse, and Lin Yu would be exposed as a liar. Lin Yu let out a low, cold laugh. "You want to fight me?" He lifted his foot and stepped onto the dual platform effortlessly. The wooden platform trembled slightly under his tread, not from spirit chi, but from the faint suppression of void power leaking from his body. The two stood opposite each other on the vast platform. Zhang Hao's body was wrapped in blazing cyan spirit chi, bright and dazzling, the aura of a peak outer sect genius. Lin Yu stood plain and unadorned, no dazzling light surrounding him. Yet his every move carried a heavy, supreme pressure that made the air stagnate. The crowd held their breath once more, watching the most anticipated duel in recent outer sect history. Senior brother Zhang will definitely win. He's a late spirit layer expert. No matter what tricks Lin Yu uses, real cultivation foundation can't be faked. Many disciples still chose to stand by Zhang Hao, unwilling to believe their 3 years of cognition had been completely wrong. The gray-bearded elder frowned deeply, raising his hand to speak. The duel begins. No fatal strikes. Both disciples restrain your killing intent. Before his voice fully faded, Zhang Hao attacked. He did not hold back in the slightest. Fearing Lin Yu's unknown tricks, he unleashed his strongest move the moment the duel started. Surging spirit chi gathered in his palm, condensing into a sharp cyan blade of light that cut through the air with a piercing whistle. Cyan Wind Slash. This was the top-grade outer sec sword technique Zhang Hao had mastered, sharp and swift enough to split steel and crush boulders. It was the move that had secured him countless victories and solidified his status as the outer sec's top genius. The cyan light blade tore toward Lin Yu's chest, fast and fierce, leaving the crowd no time to blink. Zhang Hao's eyes flashed with ruthless certainty. He was determined to defeat Lin Yu in one strike, crush his momentum completely, and restore his lost glory. Yet Lin Yu did not dodge, did not block, did not even tense his muscles. He merely lifted his right hand casually, fingers slightly outstretched. Boom! The cyan wind slash collided with Lin Yu's palm. The expected violent explosion and dazzling light did not appear. The moment the spirit blade touched Lin Yu's skin, it vanished instantly, swallowed whole by the invisible void power lingering around his body. The fierce, peerless sword technique was erased without the slightest ripple, like a drop of water falling into a vast abyss. Complete and utter annihilation. Zhang Hao's eyes widened to the extreme, his face draining of all color. What? His strongest move, the technique he was most proud of, had been neutralized with a single casual palm strike. Not a trace of power remained. Before he could recover from his shock, Lin Yu's figure flickered. No one saw how he moved. His speed surpassed the perception of every outer sect disciple present. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of Zhang Hao, his cold eyes staring down at the stunned genius. 3 years ago, you poisoned my meridians. Lin Yu's voice was low and icy, only audible to Zhang Hao. 3 years ago, you stole my fame. Today, I return everything you gave me. Lin Yu's palm pressed gently against Zhang Hao's chest. Silent, pitch-black void power surged out, pouring into Zhang Hao's body in an instant. Zhang Hao let out a shrill scream that echoed across the entire sect grounds. He felt his solid, cultivated spirit foundation trembling violently, his meridians tearing apart inch by inch. The spirit chi he had painstakingly accumulated for years collapsed and eroded at a terrifying speed, devoured entirely by the void force. No. Stop. Let me go. Zhang Hao screamed in terror, struggling frantically, yet his body was locked in place by the overwhelming pressure, unable to move an inch. Panic and despair flooded his heart. He could feel his cultivation draining away rapidly, his hard-earned late spirit layer realm fading away completely. In just 3 breaths, all his cultivation was gone. The genius who had dominated the outer sect for 3 years was reduced to an ordinary mortal, his spiritual foundation completely shattered. Lin Yu retracted his palm, his expression still calm and indifferent. Zhang Hao's body went limp, collapsing heavily onto the wooden platform. He clutched his dantian tightly, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with endless horror and despair. He had lost. Completely and utterly defeated. The entire assessment grounds fell into dead silence once again. All cheers, all doubts, all whispers vanished without a trace. Everyone stared at the fallen Zhang Hao, then at the tall, straight figure standing atop the dual platform. The discarded cripple. The forgotten genius. Had returned. And he had crushed the outer sect's most dazzling star with a single, casual strike. Lin Yu swept his gaze over the petrified crowd, his cold voice resounding across every corner of the outer sect grounds. From today onward, whoever dares to mock me, bully me, or trample on my dignity, will end up just like him. Chapter 5 Elder's Wrath and Hidden Danger. Lin Yu's voice cut through the silent outer sect grounds like a blade of ice, echoing across every pavilion, every stone path, and every crowded corner. The cold resolve in his tone left no room for doubt or mercy. All the outer sect disciples lowered their heads in unison, their bodies trembling faintly with suppressed fear. No one dared meet Lin Yu's gaze, no one dared utter a single word of ridicule or defiance. The man they had trampled on for 3 years was no longer a helpless cripple, he was a terrifying powerhouse who could shatter a top genius's cultivation with a single palm. The days of casual mockery and bullying were gone forever. The gray-bearded assessment elder stood rooted to the ground, his eyes locked on Lin Yu with a mix of shock, awe, and deep unease. He had presided over sect assessments for decades and witnessed countless geniuses rise and fall. Yet never had he seen such a bizarre, terrifying power, nor such overwhelming domineering aura from an outer sect disciple. Ordinary cultivators relied on spiritual roots to draw spirit chi from heaven and earth. But Lin Yu's power devoured spirit chi, suppressed cultivation foundations, and ignored all conventional cultivation rules. It was completely unheard of in the entire Qingxian sect's 1,000-year history. Unprecedented, absolutely unprecedented. The elder muttered to himself, his beard trembling uncontrollably. A faint sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Such an abnormal power would surely stir up huge turmoil within the sect. On the dual platform, Zhang Hao lay slumped on the wooden planks, his body twitching weakly. The radiance and pride that had accompanied him for 3 years had vanished completely. His eyes were hollow and bloodshot, filled with crushing despair and ferocious hatred. He could feel the empty, lifeless tension in his abdomen, his once solid spiritual foundation erased without a trace. He was immortal now, stripped of all cultivation, all glory, all future. All of this was Lin Yu's doing. Lin Yu. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, his voice hoarse and venomous. I will not let you get away with this. I have backing in the inner sect. Elder Mu will avenge me. His words were weak, yet they cut through the quiet atmosphere, jolting the crowd awake. A wave of subtle panic swept through the disciples. Everyone knew what Zhang Hao's words meant. Elder Mu Qingfeng was one of the core elders of Qingxian sect, a powerful earth layer cultivator who oversaw outer sect disciple promotion and resource allocation. He had always favored Zhang Hao, regarding him as a rare genius worthy of key cultivation. Zhang Hao had always been Elder Mu's most valued disciple. Now that Lin Yu had crippled his cultivation in public, he had utterly offended the powerful inner sect elder. Elder Mu is coming. Someone whispered in terror. This is a disaster. Lin Yu has provoked an earth layer elder with his reckless actions. No matter how powerful his strange power is, he can never stand against a core sect elder. The whispers spread rapidly, and the sympathetic, fearful gazes of the crowd all fell on Lin Yu. In their eyes, Lin Yu's brilliant counterattack was nothing but suicidal recklessness. Offending Elder Mu was a far deadlier crime than crippling an outer sect genius. Lin Yu heard the murmurs and caught Zhang Hao's venomous threats, yet his expression remained as calm as still water. There was not the slightest trace of fear or fluster on his cold face. He had long known that taking revenge on Zhang Hao would stir up trouble within the sect. He had also known about Elder Mu's partiality toward Zhang Hao. 3 years ago, it was precisely Elder Mu's acquiescence and favoritism that allowed Zhang Hao to frame him successfully and seize all his resources. This elder was also one of the culprits who buried his glory. A mere earth layer elder. Lin Yu whispered softly, a faint icy disdain flashing in his deep eyes. 3 years ago, I feared your power. Now, you are nothing worth fearing. His void power far surpassed ordinary spirit layer and even earth layer cultivators. The only reason he had not broken through to earth layer overnight was to hide his true strength and avoid being targeted by the sect's top powerhouses prematurely. Before long, a fierce gust of wind swept down from the inner sect peaks, carrying a terrifying oppressive aura that made all outer sect disciples sink to their knees involuntarily. Boom! A tall, middle-aged man in a dark purple elder robe descended from the sky, stepping steadily onto the dual platform. His face was cold and stern, his eyes sharp and piercing like a blade, filled with towering anger. This was Mu Qingfeng, the outer sect supervising elder. His sweeping gaze first fell on the crippled, bloody Zhang Hao on the platform, then instantly locked onto Lin Yu, his killing intent surging uncontrollably. Lin Yu. Elder Mu's roar shook the entire assessment ground, resounding like thunder. You reckless, insolent brute! How dare you cripple a core sect disciple's cultivation in public? Do you know the crime you have committed? The terrifying earth layer pressure burst forth from his body, sweeping toward Lin Yu like a raging tidal wave, attempting to suppress him to his knees and force him into submission. All the surrounding disciples held their breath, certain that Lin Yu would be crushed by the elder's overwhelming power and beg for mercy. But the next scene stunned everyone once again. Facing the majestic earth layer pressure, Lin Yu did not kneel, did not retreat, did not even stagger an inch. A faint, invisible black void barrier emerged around his body, silently offsetting all of Elder Mu's oppressive aura. The terrifying pressure vanished without a trace the moment it touched Lin Yu's figure. His bearing remained straight and unyielding, standing face to face with the furious core elder, equal and unafraid. Elder Mu's eyes widened sharply, his face filled with incredulous shock. His full earth layer suppression was actually blocked by an outer sect disciple. Impossible. Mu Qingfeng's pupils contracted violently. He could sense the strange, ancient power lingering on Lin Yu's body, a force that completely ignored the basic rules of cultivation or suppression. Lin Yu raised his eyes, staring straight at the furious elder, his voice cold and unyielding, resounding clearly across the silent grounds. Elder Mu, you ask me of my crime. 3 years ago, Zhang Hao poisoned my meridians, framed me for stealing sect treasures, and robbed me of my talent and future. You knew the truth, yet you turned a blind eye, favored the villain, and wronged the innocent. For 3 years, I endured endless humiliation and suffering at the foot of the mountain, while your favored disciple occupied my resources, my status, and my glory, living in splendor and fame. Today, I merely take back what belongs to me. Where is my crime? Every word was sharp and powerful, piercing through Elder Mu's hypocritical rage and exposing the dirty truth hidden in the sect's shadows. The crowd erupted into silent shock. No one had ever dared question Elder Mu. No one had ever dared expose the sect's hidden injustices. Yet Lin Yu, a once fallen outer disciple, had spoken out all the dark truths in public. Mu Qingfeng's face turned livid with rage, his killing intent soaring to the peak. His hidden scandals were exposed in front of countless disciples, completely destroying his dignified reputation as a sect elder. Insolent fool! Elder Mu roared angrily, his palm condensing with surging earth layer spirit chi, blazing with dazzling golden light. You slander an elder, disrupt sect discipline, and cripple a fellow disciple. Today, I will execute sect rules and kill you on the spot to rectify the sect's dignity. He no longer held any restraint. He raised his giant palm and pressed down toward Lin Yu, carrying terrifying power that could crush ordinary spirit layer cultivators into pulp in an instant. The golden palm shadow covered the sky, blocking all of Lin Yu's escape routes. The crowd let out a collective gasp of horror, their hearts hanging in their throats. An elder's full power strike was fatal. Lin Yu was doomed. Facing the fatal descending palm, Lin Yu's eyes remained calm and icy. He knew this day would come. He knew his rise would trigger the sect's old forces and hidden darkness. But he no longer feared any of it. 3 years of dormant suffering had forged his unbreakable will. The awakening void physique gave him the capital to defy elders, shake the sect, and rewrite his doomed fate. Lin Yu slowly raised his right palm, and a wisp of deep, boundless black void power condensed quietly at his fingertips. No dazzling light, no violent momentum. Just a silent, devouring force that surpassed all mortal cultivation. "You want to kill me?" Lin Yu's voice was cold and decisive. "Elder Mu, today I will teach you the price of blind favoritism and unjust judgment." Boom! Void power burst forth, colliding fiercely with the Elder's golden earth layer palm shadow. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire assessment platform, sending countless surrounding disciples staggering backward, their faces filled with extreme shock. The battle between disciple and elder had officially begun. The moment void power and golden spirit chi collided, a violent circular shockwave exploded outward, tearing through the wooden railings of the dual platform and sending clouds of dust and gravel swirling into the sky. Every outer sect disciple scrambled backward in panic, no one daring to stay within the blast radius of an Earth Layer Elder's full power strike. Mu Qingfeng's eyes blazed with utter disbelief. His golden palm, forged through decades of rigorous Earth Layer cultivation, was the pinnacle of mortal sect power. It could shatter boulders, split mountain cliffs, and crush spirit layer experts into bloodied pulp with minimal effort. Yet now, it was locked in a brutal stalemate with the faint, black, unassuming power of a mere outer sect disciple. Worse still, his golden spirit chi was eroding rapidly. The silent void power was like an insatiable abyss, gnawing away at his cultivated energy strand by strand, devouring every wisp of his Earth Layer foundation without pause. the brilliant golden light covering his palm dimmed visibly by the second, fading from blazing radiance to a dull, flickering glow. "What devilish power is this?" Mu Ching Feng roared in frantic rage and terror, veins bulging wildly across his forehead. He poured every last trace of his spirit qi into the palm strike, desperately trying to overwhelm Lin Yu and break free from the terrifying devouring force. For years, he had stood supreme over the outer sect, unchallenged and revered. No junior disciple had ever dared defy him, let alone suppress his power in open combat. This humiliation cut deeper than any physical wound. Chapter 7 Ancient Visitor and Broken Deadlock. Silence hung heavy over the entire outer sect, thick enough to slice. The 3 peak Earth Layer elders stood rigidly in mid-air, their golden spiritual qi flickering unsteadily. Greed, fear, and hesitation warred fiercely in their eyes. They had spent decades dominating the sect's disciplinary affairs, never once encountering a junior who could crush their combined aura and defy sect authority so brazenly. On one hand, Lin Yu's heretical void power was far too terrifying, capable of devouring all mortal cultivation and overturning the sect's order. Letting him roam free would inevitably become a catastrophic hidden danger for Qingxian sect. On the other hand, none of them dared to strike again. The previous clash had made it brutally clear their peak Earth Layer strength was utterly ineffective against Lin Yu's Void Dao. Another forced attack would only result in crippled cultivation, just like Mu Ching Feng, stripping them of their decades of hard-won power and status. The kneeling outer disciples held their breath, their hearts pounding wildly in their chests. Every second of this deadlock felt like an eternity. They watched the lone figure on the dual platform with indescribable awe, the last traces of mockery and disdain in their hearts long turned to dust. This was no fallen cripple, no discarded joke of the sect. He was a supreme powerhouse who could stand alone against 3 sect elders. Mu Qingfen lay weakly on the wooden planks, his ashen face twisted with frantic anxiety. He could see the elder's hesitation, could feel the tide of battle slipping completely out of his favor. If the elders backed down today, his ruined reputation and crippled cultivation would be permanent, and he would become the greatest laughingstock in Qingxian sect's 1,000-year history. Elders, he croaked hoarsely, struggling to raise his trembling arm. Do not hesitate. This boy's power is unorthodox and devilish. He will bring ruin to our entire sect. Seize him now, or we will all regret it for eternity. His desperate roar pierced the silence, yet it failed to shake the three elders' resolve. They remained rooted in place, weighing the terrifying cost of battle against the sect's dignity. Lin Yu's cold gaze swept over the hesitant elders, a faint, indifferent sneer tugging at his lips. You dare not fight, yet you refuse to step aside. His clear voice cut through the stagnant air, carrying unshakable dominance. Do you intend to waste time here, clinging to your empty sect dignity while ignoring 3 years of unrighteous injustice? Let me tell you this today. I do not seek to destroy Qingxian sect, I only seek to redeem my own ruined fate and punish those who wronged me. But if your sect insists on shielding the corrupt and blocking my path, I will not mind rewriting Qingxian sect's rules with my own hands. His words were not empty arrogance, but a calm statement of fact. The void power surging faintly around his body was growing more restrained by the second, yet its oppressive aura grew increasingly profound, as if an ancient dormant god was slowly awakening from endless slumber. The three white-robed elders' expressions turned uglier by the moment. The leading white-haired elder clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering with struggle. As the chief disciplinary elder, he bore the responsibility of maintaining sect order. To yield to a junior disciple would destroy the sect's authority in front of thousands of disciples. To fight, however, meant certain defeat and ruin. The deadlock continued to stretch on, the entire mountain peak trapped in a tense, suffocating standoff. Just as the chief elder prepared to grit his teeth and order a desperate joint attack, a soft, ancient voice suddenly drifted down from the mist-shrouded highest peak of Qingxian Mountain. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a boundless, tranquil aura that instantly suppressed all the violent spiritual energy and killing intent on the outer sect grounds, calming the entire chaotic scene in an instant. Enough. One word, simple and plain, yet possessing supreme authority that no one dared defy. The raging wind ceased blowing. The surging spiritual pressure faded completely. Even the restless void power around Lin Yu settled down quietly, as if acknowledging the arrival of a supreme existence. All heads instinctively turned toward the towering inner sect highest peak. A wisp of pale white mist drifted down slowly from the endless cloud sea, condensing into a slender, white-robed figure mid-air. The figure appeared ageless, with flowing long hair and eyes as calm as ancient still water. No powerful auras surged from his body, no domineering pressure spread outward, yet every living being on the mountain felt an involuntary urge to bow their head in reverence. Sect Master. The three peak earth layer elders exclaimed in unison, their faces instantly filled with awe and respect. All hesitation and greed vanished without a trace, replaced by utter deference. They bowed deeply in mid-air, their postures utterly humble. The kneeling outer disciples also bowed their heads fervently, their hearts trembling with reverence. This was the supreme ruler of Qingxian sect, the strongest cultivator in the entire sect, a legendary heaven layer powerhouse who rarely descended from the highest peak. No one had expected him to personally descend for an outer sect dispute. Mu Qingfeng's eyes burst open with desperate hope, tears welling up in his eyes. He struggled to kowtow, his voice trembling with excitement. Sect Master, You have come at last. This Lin Yu is a heretic who wields forbidden power, cripples elders and disciples, and disrupts sect order. Please execute him to uphold our sect's dignity. The white-robed sect master ignored Mu Qingfeng's pleading entirely. His ancient, tranquil gaze fell gently on Lin Yu standing atop the dual platform, sweeping over the faint void aura lingering around his body. A trace of unconcealed shock flashed deep in his calm eyes, followed by a hint of profound amazement. He had seen countless geniuses, demons, and cultivators with special physiques in his centuries of cultivation, yet he had never sensed such ancient, vast, and supreme power, the power of the primordial void, a force that transcended the entire mortal cultivation system. Void physique. He murmured softly, his voice only audible to himself. A physique that should not exist in this mortal realm. No wonder his spiritual root was shattered. It was never broken, it was devoured and replaced by the void. In an instant, he saw through all the truth of Lin Yu's 3 years of dormancy. Lin Yu's so-called broken spiritual root was never a disaster. It was the price of awakening the supreme void physique, shedding mortal shackles to embrace the power of creation and annihilation. The sect master's gaze returned to normal, his expression calm and unreadable. He glanced at the trembling Mu Qingfeng, then at the defeated Zhang Hao, before speaking slowly. 3 years ago, the dispute between Lin Yu and Zhang Hao was judged hastily. Partial judgment concealed private wrongs, and sect discipline was corrupted by personal favor. His plain words shook the entire outer sect to the core. The 3 elders widened their eyes in shock. The sect master had actually openly acknowledged the sect's injustice. Mu Qingfeng's face turned deathly pale, all the blood draining from his skin. His body went limp, completely devoid of strength. Mu Qingfeng abused supervisory power, shielded wrongdoers, and wronged a sect genius. The sect master's voice turned slightly cold, carrying unshakable judgment. From today onward, you are stripped of all elder privileges, demoted to an outer sect handyman, and imprisoned in the meditation cliff for 10 years to repent for your crimes. Bang! A gentle wave of spiritual power pressed down on Mu Qingfeng's body. The last traces of his earth layer foundation were completely sealed, leaving him an ordinary mortal with no cultivation left. His decades of status and glory vanished in an instant. No. Mu Qingfeng let out a miserable wail, yet he could not resist in the slightest, his body collapsing powerlessly on the platform. The sect master's gaze then fell on the lifeless Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, greedy for talent, vicious in heart, poisoned a fellow disciple, framed an innocent, and stole others' fortunes. You are expelled from Qingxian sect forever, never to be admitted again. With this final verdict, all the grievances Lin Yu had endured for 3 years were completely vindicated. The surrounding disciples were utterly stunned, their minds buzzing with disbelief. The sect's highest authority had personally overturned the old verdict, punished the biased elder, and expelled the once glorious genius. Lin Yu's innocence was proven beyond doubt. The deadlock that had trapped the entire sect was completely broken in an instant. The sect master turned his gaze back to Lin Yu, his eyes filled with deep scrutiny and a hint of anticipation. Lin Yu, your grievances are redressed, and your enemies are punished. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying the weight of the entire sect. Your extraordinary power surpasses mortal common sense. Qingxian sect cannot restrain you, nor do we dare to restrain you. I offer you a choice. Stay in the sect, enjoy the treatment of a core grand elder, and hold supreme authority second only to me. Or leave Qingxian sect freely, with no one to block your path, no one to trouble you ever again. This statement sent another massive wave of shock through the crowd. A newly restored outer disciple, being offered the position of Corps Grand Elder. This was an unprecedented honor in the sect's 1,000-year history. The three peak elders stared on in shock, utterly unable to believe their ears. Yet Lin Yu stood calmly on the platform, his expression unwavering, no trace of excitement or joy in his eyes. He raised his head, gazing at the mist-shrouded highest peak, and at the ageless sect master before him. A faint, decisive glint flashed in his deep eyes. I thank the sect master for redressing my grievances. But Qingxian sect is too small for the void Dao I cultivate. His voice was calm, yet it contained boundless ambition and supreme detachment. The path of the void spanned heaven and earth, transcended all mortal sects and realms. A mere mid-tier sect like Qingxian could never hold his future, nor bear the weight of his supreme Dao. The sect master's eyes flickered with astonishment, followed by a helpless smile. So that is your choice. Lin Yu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping toward the distant endless mountains and vast sky beyond Qingxuan's borders. His revenge in Qingxian sect was complete. But his journey of rebirth, his path of void sovereignty, had only just begun. Beneath the shocked stares of the entire sect, Lin Yu turned and stepped off the dual platform, striding firmly toward the sect's outer gate. The wind swept his faded robes and long black hair, carrying away 3 years of humiliation and darkness. Beyond the mountains, a wider cultivation world, countless powerful sects, and endless supreme inheritances were waiting for the return of the Void Sovereign. Chapter 8 The World Beyond the Mountain. The mountain wind swept past Lin Yu's shoulders for the final time, stripping away the last trace of dust and restraint that had clung to him for 3 years. Behind him loomed the towering, mist-wreathed peaks of Qingxian sect, the place that had birthed his genius, witnessed his destruction, and finally bowed to his rebirth. The sex pavilions, stone paths, and crowded training grounds slowly shrank into the rolling green sea of mountains, fading from prominence until they became nothing more than a faint smudge on the horizon. Lin Yu did not look back. There was no nostalgia in his eyes, no lingering attachment to the sect that had once buried him in humiliation. The boy who had clung to sect honor, who craved recognition and fairness, who endured endless bullying in silent patience, that boy was dead, buried beneath the 3 years of cold nights and endless torment in the shabby mountain hut. In his place stood a man reborn from the void. His footsteps were no longer hesitant or weary. Each stride he took down the winding mountain road was steady, resolute, carrying the calm weight of someone who had long transcended mortal trivialities. The faded patched robe on his body was still the same outer sect garb he had worn for years, yet his bearing had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. No longer frail, no longer humble, no longer forced to bow his head to survive. The void power dormant in his meridians flowed silently and endlessly, gentle yet boundless, no longer the violent, eruptive force that had crushed Zhang Hao and subdued Elder Mu. After the sect master's verdict and the resolution of all his old grievances, the restlessness in his heart had completely faded. His power had grown calm, controlled, refined, a true sovereign's might, reserved rather than reckless. This was his greatest growth. 3 years ago, he had cultivated for glory, for status, for the admiration of his peers and the favor of his sect. Now, he cultivated for none but himself, for the supreme void Deo that stretched across heaven and earth, for a fate he would rewrite with his own 2 hands. Qingxian sect was only the beginning. Lin Yu whispered softly, his gaze lifting to gaze upon the boundless blue sky stretching beyond the mountain ridges. The narrow world of sect disputes, petty rivalries, and biased elders was no longer worthy of his attention. He had repaid every insult, righted every wrong, and erased every stain on his name. The debtors of his past had all atoned for their sins. Zhang Hao reduced to a mortal, stripped of his stolen talent and glory, Mu Qingfeng demoted and imprisoned, forced to repent for his years of injustice, the bullying lackeys who trampled him fallen from cultivation grace. His mortal ties to Qingxian Mountain were fully severed. Beneath his feet, the rugged mountain path gradually smoothed out, leading toward the distant mortal towns and the vast, uncharted cultivation world beyond. The air growing fresher, the spiritual energy thinner yet purer, free from the restrictive rules and corrupt hierarchies of a single sect. Lin Yu could feel everything differently now. In the past, his innate spiritual root had only allowed him to sense and absorb orthodox heaven and earth spirit qi, limited by sect techniques and mortal cultivation realms. Now, his awakened void physique let him perceive the world on a deeper, more ancient level. He could sense the faint chaotic energy lingering between heaven and earth, the hidden spiritual veins winding through mountains and rivers, the obscure Dao ripples hidden in the wind and clouds. His vision was no longer confined to a single mountain. It spanned the entire realm. A faint, calm smile tugged at the corner of his lips, the first genuine smile he had worn in 3 years. Free from coldness, hatred, or killing intent. It was the smile of someone who had walked through darkness and emerged into the light, who had abandoned trivial grudges to embrace a boundless future. His hatred for Qingxian sect was gone, burned away by the completion of his revenge. What remained was only detachment and ambition. The mortal sects, the hidden geniuses, the ancient inheritances. Lin Yu murmured, his eyes flickering with faint anticipation. He knew full well that his victory over Qingxuan's elders was nothing but a trivial starting point. Beyond these mountains lay countless great sects, ancient clans, and monstrous talents who stood far above the limited power of earth layer cultivators. There were cultivators who mastered profound Dao arts, who possessed ancient physiques, who held the power to shake mountains and drain seas. His void physique was supreme, but it was still young, still growing. He needed more experience, more battles, more spiritual nourishment to fully awaken his primordial power and step onto the true path of the Void Sovereign. No longer would he rely on sudden outbursts to defend himself. He would walk steadily, temper his Dao heart, polish his power, and grow stronger step by step, until no force in this realm could stand above him. By noon, he had completely descended Qingxian Mountain, leaving the sex protective barrier far behind. The towering peaks faded into the backdrop of rolling hills, and before him spread a bustling mortal town, filled with ordinary pedestrians, traveling merchants, and low-rank wandering cultivators. The noise and liveliness of the mortal world washed over him, yet his state of mind remained calm and unshaken. Once, such a mundane scene would have meant nothing to the genius who dreamed of sex supremacy. Now, it grounded him, reminding him of the fragility of mortal life and the true meaning of cultivation, not to dominate others, but to transcend all mortal shackles. Lin Yu adjusted his tattered robes, his cold aura fading completely, leaving only an ordinary, unassuming bearing that hid his monstrous strength. No passerby could tell that this quiet young man was the same figure who had single-handedly overturned Qingxian's sex order and crushed Earth-layer elders with ease. This was another layer of his growth. He no longer needed to flaunt his power to prove himself. True supremacy lay in restraint, in hiding one's edge until the moment it needed to be drawn. He took a deep breath of the worldly air, his gaze sweeping toward the endless distant horizon. The road of revenge was over. The road of sovereignty had truly begun. From today onward, I am no longer a disciple of Qingxian. I am Lin Yu, the walker of the Void Dao. His voice was soft yet firm, carrying the resolve of a new beginning. With steady steps, he walked toward the bustling town, ready to embrace the trials, battles, and destiny of the vast cultivation world that awaited him. Chapter 9 Turmoil in Azure Town. Azure Town was a mortal border town, small and bustling, nestled at the foot of the Qingxian mountain range. It served as a common resting stop for wandering cultivators, traveling merchants, and mortal travelers alike. Unlike the rigid, disciplined atmosphere of a sect, the town breathed with messy, vivid mortal life, loud chatter, clattering carriage wheels, the rich scent of street food and medicinal herbs mingling in the warm breeze. Lin Yu walked slowly through the crowded streets, his posture relaxed and unguarded. 3 years ago, when he had first stepped down from the mountain as a rising genius, he had walked with his head high, his gaze sharp and arrogant, seeing mortal towns as nothing more than trivial stepping stones on his path to immortality. He had cared only for cultivation resources, sect reputation, and the next breakthrough in his realm. The ordinary joys and sorrows of mortals had felt infinitely distant, beneath his notice. Now, he walked among the crowd with quiet eyes, observing everything with calm detachment. He watched children chase each other through the alleyways, merchants bargain loudly over spirit herbs, and weary travelers rest beneath shaded eaves. For the first time in his life, he understood that cultivation was not meant to isolate oneself from the world, but to rise above its suffering. His years of pain had tempered his heart, stripping away youthful arrogance and replacing it with steady, unshakable poise. This was the maturity he had gained from darkness. Still, peace in the mortal world was fragile, especially near the outer bounds of cultivation territory. Before Lin Yu had traveled far into the town, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. A group of 5 robed cultivators pushed roughly through the civilian crowd, shoving pedestrians aside without mercy. Their dark gray uniforms bore the embroidered emblem of a sharp iron sword, the mark of Iron Sword Valley, a small but domineering local cultivation faction that ruled over the border towns near Qingxian Mountain. These cultivators were all low-rank spirit layer practitioners, arrogant and unrestrained, accustomed to bullying mortals and suppressing wandering disciples in this border region. With no major sect oversight, they had long grown used to acting as tyrants in Azure Town. The crowd scattered in panic the moment they appeared. Mortals bowed their heads and fled, daring not meet their eyes. Even the few wandering cultivators present stepped aside hastily, unwilling to provoke local faction trouble. Only Lin Yu continued forward at his unhurried pace, neither dodging nor yielding. His ordinary patched robes and unassuming aura made him look like a penniless, untrained mortal in the eyes of the Iron Sword Valley disciples. To them, such weak, insignificant people existed only to be stepped upon. The leading disciple, a tall, burly man with a scar across his jaw, narrowed his eyes coldly. He deliberately shifted his path, shoulder angled to crash brutally into Lin Yu's side, intending to knock the unyielding young man to the dirt. "Get out of our way, worthless trash!" he barked harshly. In the past, during his weakest days in Qingxian sect, Lin Yu would have staggered back, endured the blow, and swallowed the humiliation silently to avoid further trouble. Back then, survival had been his only priority. But that weak, forbearing boy was gone. Lin Yu did not move an inch. The moment the burly disciple's shoulder was about to collide with his body, a faint wisp of invisible void power rippled silently across his frame. Boom! A strange, muffled impact sounded. The burly spirit layer disciple's arrogant forward momentum halted dead in an instant, as if he had crashed into an immovable mountain. A terrifying counter-force rebounded instantly up his arm, surging through his bones and meridians. He let out a pained grunt, staggering backward 3 full steps, his face twisting with shock and numbness. His entire right shoulder went stiff and aching, his cultivated spirit chi scattered and disordered from the silent rebound. His 4 fellow disciples froze in surprise, their arrogant footsteps halting abruptly. "What's wrong, Senior Brother?" one disciple asked quickly, staring at their stunned leader in confusion. The scarred man shook off the numbness in his shoulder, his eyes turning fierce and furious. He glared sharply at Lin Yu, rage flaring in his chest at being humiliated by a seemingly ordinary mortal in front of his subordinates. "This bastard dares to block our path and injure me," he snarled. "He must be a hidden rogue cultivator sneaking through our territory. Seize him. Teach him a lesson he'll never forget." The 4 disciples surged forward immediately, surging low-grade spirit chi wrapping their palms. Their movements were ruthless and practiced, clearly accustomed to brutalizing strangers to assert their faction's dominance. The surrounding crowd gasped and retreated further, pity flashing in their eyes. Everyone knew the cruelty of Iron Sword Valley. This unknown young man in tattered robes was surely doomed to a severe beating, or worse. Yet Lin Yu remained calm, standing quietly in the middle of the street, no anger, no killing intent flickering in his eyes. He simply watched the charging disciples with quiet indifference. Once, such blatant provocation would have ignited the suppressed hatred and anger accumulated from 3 years of bullying. He would have struck fast and hard, crippling his enemies in an instant to vent his grievances. Now, his Dao heart was steady and pure. He no longer fought for rage or revenge. He fought only to uphold his own path, to deter trivial trouble, to protect the peace he had finally earned. This was the greatest change within him, his growth from a vengeful survivor to a poised cultivator walking his own supreme Dao. As the 4 disciples' attacking palms neared his body, Lin Yu finally moved. His movements were not violent or explosive. He simply lifted his hands in a casual, gentle sweep. Faint void power rippled outward like calm water, silent and unassuming. Puff, 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 puff. 4 consecutive soft sounds rang out. The fierce spirit chi of the Iron Sword disciples vanished completely the moment it touched the void ripple. All their attacking force was swallowed and neutralized in an instant. Before they could register what had happened, a gentle yet irresistible force sent all 4 of them flying backwards simultaneously. They crashed heavily onto the hard stone street, rolling several times in the dust, groaning in pain, their meridians temporarily numbed and their cultivation momentarily sealed. In the blink of an eye, 4 spirit layer cultivators were completely defeated without Lin Yu landing a single heavy blow. The scarred senior brother's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his face draining of all color. He could not comprehend the scene unfolding before him. A tattered robed stranger, looking poorer and weaker than the lowest mortal cultivator, had suppressed 4 Iron Sword Valley disciples with a single casual sweep. Void, ripple power, he muttered tremblingly, a trace of terror creeping into his voice. No orthodox sect cultivates such techniques. Who are you? Lin Yu took a slow step forward, his gaze calm and emotionless as he looked down at the fallen disciples. I am no one. His voice was steady and unyielding, carrying the quiet dignity of a man who no longer needed titles or sect backing to stand tall. I simply walk my own path. If you block it again, the outcome will not be so merciful. He did not cripple their cultivation, did not spill their blood. He chose restraint, sparing them after teaching them a simple lesson. This was his growth. Power no longer controlled him. He controlled his power. The scarred disciple trembled on the ground, daring not rise again. The domineering arrogance of Ironsword Valley had been completely crushed by this quiet, unassuming young man. The surrounding crowd stared in stunned silence, their previous pity turning to awe and disbelief. Lin Yu ignored the countless shocked gazes lingering on his figure. He turned and continued walking forward through the street, his steps steady and light, heading toward the distant deeper territories of the cultivation world. Azure Town was merely his first stop in the mortal world, the first trivial trial of his new journey. Beneath his calm exterior, his void physique continued to absorb the faint chaotic energy of the mortal town, refining his realm silently, growing stronger with every step he took toward his boundless destiny. Chapter 10 Quiet Refinement and Hidden Trouble. The crowd's stunned whispers lingered behind Lin Yu long after he walked past. Mortals pointed and murmured, wandering cultivators exchanged wary glances, and the 5 defeated Ironsword Valley disciples remained sprawled on the stone street, too terrified to rise. Lin Yu paid them no mind. His journey was no longer defined by petty clashes or momentary humiliation. In the past, every provocation had stoked the smoldering resentment of his 3-year suffering, forcing him to prove his strength to silence doubt. Now, such trivial disputes were nothing but fleeting dust on his path. This tranquil indifference was the mark of his matured Dao heart. He wandered deeper into Azure Town, stepping away from the bustling main street and into a quieter alley lined with modest medicinal shops and cultivator supply stalls. The air here was thick with the mild fragrance of spirit herbs and refined low-grade spirit pills, a faint, familiar scent of the cultivation world he had once dominated. Qingxian sect had supplied him with top-tier resources in his youth, then stripped him of everything in his fall. Now, walking among these humble mortal stalls, Lin Yu felt no jealousy, no longing for the luxury of sect inner peaks. He knew better than anyone that true strength never came from external resources alone. The void deo nurtured itself on heaven and earth's primordial chaos, not merely refined spirit chi or mortal herbs. Even so, he needed basic supplies to sustain his travels and stabilize his rapidly evolving physique. His tattered robes were thin and worn, unfit for long-distance travel through mountain wilds. He possessed no spirit stones, no storage pouch, no common cultivator essentials, all remnants of his years of confinement and poverty at Qingxuan's remote hut. Lin Yu stopped before a small, shabby medicinal stall tucked in the alley corner. The stall owner was an elderly mortal man with gnarled hands and kind eyes, sorting piles of dried low-grade spirit herbs with meticulous care. Unlike the arrogant cultivator vendors lining the main street, he showed no disdain for Lin Yu's ragged appearance. Young cultivator, looking for herbs or pills? The old man asked gently. I have no spirit stones, Lin Yu replied plainly, no trace of embarrassment in his tone. But I can purify your inferior herbs for you. In exchange, I ask for a set of travel robes, a storage pouch, and 3 portions of common healing herbs. The old man blinked in surprise, then let out a soft laugh. Purify herbs. Many wandering cultivators have claimed such skills, yet few can truly refine the impure earthly chi out of ordinary herbs. But I have nothing to lose, you may try. Lin Yu nodded and knelt slightly before the stall. He stretched out a finger, and a wisp of nearly invisible void energy flickered atop his fingertip. No grand movement, no surging aura. He simply swept his finger gently over the piles of withered, impure spirit herbs. Void power was the origin of all creation and cleansing. It devoured impurity, stripped away mortal turbidity, and refined the most trivial mundane materials into purer essence. In the span of a single breath, the dull, faded herbs glowed with a faint, fresh green luster. Their dry stems plumped slightly, their medicinal scent deepening and purifying several-fold. All earthly impurities and stagnant chi lingering within them vanished completely. The old man's eyes widened sharply, his hands trembling slightly as he picked up a refined herb. Incredible, truly incredible. He gasped in awe. These low-grade weeds have been purified to mid-grade quality in an instant. I have tended herbs for 30 years and have never seen such exquisite, unheard of technique. He had encountered countless elite cultivators, yet none possessed such effortless, profound refinement skill. This ragged young man's methods transcended all mortal cultivation craft. The old man did not hesitate. He quickly fetched a clean set of dark traveling robes, a simple low-grade storage pouch, and a bundle of fresh healing herbs, pressing them all into Lin Yu's hands. "This is far more than you asked for," he exclaimed sincerely. "Your skill is worth 100 times these trivial items." Lin Yu accepted the items calmly, offering a slight nod of thanks. No arrogance, no pride, only quiet gratitude for honest exchange. 3 years ago, the young genius Lin Yu would have scoffed at such humble trades, dismissing mortal herb refinement as beneath his talent. Now, he cherished every small gain, understanding that the supreme Dao was built from the most mundane details of the world. This was another layer of his growth, humility rooted in strength, not weakness. He retreated to a quiet, deserted courtyard at the end of the alley, a vacant mortal dwelling temporarily unoccupied. After changing into his neat new traveling robes, he tucked the healing herbs into his storage pouch. The tattered outer sect garb that had witnessed 3 years of humiliation was folded neatly and stored away, a memento of his darkest days, a reminder of how far he had come. Seated cross-legged on the stone ground, Lin Yu closed his eyes and began to refine the chaotic energy he had absorbed from the town. His void physique operated silently on its own, circulating primordial power through his meridians. The trivial clashes with the Iron Sword Valley disciples, the mortal world's chaotic chi, and the purified herb essence all merged into his void Deo, polishing his realm steadily. He did not rush for reckless breakthroughs. After his reckless outbursts at Qingxian sect, he had learned restraint. True supremacy lay in solid foundation, not hasty realm leaps. While Lin Yu cultivated in seclusion, the ripples of his earlier clash spread rapidly across Azure Town. The 5 defeated Iron Sword Valley disciples had fled the town in panic, their arrogance completely shattered. The scarred senior brother clutched his numbed shoulder, his face twisted with fear and resentment as he raced back toward Iron Sword Valley's territory. A youth with void-type techniques, no sect background, yet powerful enough to suppress 5 spirit layer cultivators with a single sweep. He gritted out, galloping forward. The Valley Elders must know of this. A rogue cultivator with forbidden power roaming our border territory is a huge hidden danger. More than fear drove his report greed. Unorthodox void techniques were unheard of in the border cultivation realm. If Iron Sword Valley could capture this young man and seize his inheritance, their small faction would skyrocket in power, surpassing Qingxian sect and dominating the entire border region. Word traveled fast. By dusk, 3 powerful auras descended from the distant mountain valleys, sweeping toward Azure Town with sharp, oppressive killing intent. 3 mid-stage Earth Layer Elders of Iron Sword Valley had arrived. They were far stronger than the disgraced Elder Mu of Qingxian sect, seasoned wandering cultivators who had fought countless border battles, their techniques ruthless and bloodied. The entire town fell into a tense silence. Mortals hid indoors, cultivators fled the streets, every soul trembling beneath the elders' overwhelming pressure. Where is the youth who dares humiliate our Iron Sword Valley disciples? A cold, thunderous roar shattered the dusk tranquility, echoing across every alley and courtyard in Azure Town. In the deserted courtyard, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. A faint glint flashed deep in his pupils, calm and unflustered. He had intended to leave the town peacefully at dawn, continuing his unhurried journey across the cultivation realm. Yet trivial border factions refused to let him walk his path quietly. He rose to his feet, his new dark robes fluttering gently in the evening breeze. The restrained void power within his body stirred faintly, ready to awaken once more. His revenge against Qing Xian was done, but the trials of the mortal cultivation world had only just grown real. 3 Earth Layer Elders. A ruthless faction coveting his void inheritance. A new storm was brewing in the quiet border town. Chapter 11. 3 Elders, 1 Suppression. Dusk dyed the sky deep amber, casting long, cold shadows over every stone alley of Azure Town. The 3 Earth Layer Elders hovered mid-air, their gray sword robes billowing violently against the evening wind. Sharp, icy killing intent blanketed the entire town, pressing down so heavily that even the air grew thick and stagnant. The leading elder had a face lined with years of brutal combat, his eyes cold and bottomless. A rusted yet razor-sharp iron sword hung at his waist, its blade stained with faint old blood, the mark of countless wandering cultivators he had slain over decades. This was Elder Gao, the second in command of Iron Sword Valley, a ruthless man famous for his cruelty across the borderlands. Beside him stood 2 other elders, their auras equally fierce and solid, mid-stage Earth Layer power surging unreservedly. The 3 of them together were enough to crush ordinary peak Earth Layer cultivators, enough to raise half of Azure Town to the ground in mere moments. Show yourself. Elder Gao's roar shook the roof tiles, his spiritual pressure sweeping through every courtyard, locking firmly onto the vacant dwelling at the end of the alley. The scarred junior disciple knelt trembling on the street below, staring feverishly toward the sealed courtyard. Elder Gao. That is the one. That rogue youth with the strange void power. He hides within. Greedy light flashed in the three elders' eyes. Void power. For decades, they had cultivated rigid iron sword techniques, trapped in the same mortal realm, their progress slow and stagnant. If they could seize this youth's unorthodox inheritance, their cultivation would break its shackles overnight. They could surpass Jingxian sect's elders, dominate the border territories, and even step foot into the inner circle of major cultivation forces. Such a heaven-defying opportunity was worth any risk. Creak. The wooden courtyard gate slowly pushed open from the inside without a single hand touching it. Lin Yu stepped out alone. He wore his neat dark traveling robes, his hair gently tousled by the dusk wind. There was no surging aura, no drawn weapon, no trace of anger or hostility on his face. He looked like nothing more than an ordinary wandering youth, calm and unremarkable. Yet the moment he stepped into the open, the three hovering elders' expressions turned grave. They could feel it faintly beneath his ordinary exterior lay a silent, boundless depth, like standing before an endless dark abyss that devoured all light and spirit qi. You are the one who defeated my disciples. Elder Gao stared down at Lin Yu coldly, his voice laced with disdain and greed. A mere youth, yet you wield forbidden heretical arts and trample the rules of our border territory. Hand over your cultivation technique and your spiritual root. Submit to our Iron Sword Valley and confess your crimes. We may spare your life and grant you the right to serve as a slave disciple. His words were not a negotiation, but a judgment. In their eyes, Lin Yu's strength was nothing but a stolen forbidden art. He had no background, no sect protection, no powerful backers. He was simply rare, precious loot waiting to be plundered. The hidden cultivators watching from afar sighed inwardly, shaking their heads in pity. 3 Earth Layer elders joining forces. This unknown youth had no chance of survival. Even if his strange power was extraordinary, realm suppression was the unbreakable law of the cultivation world. Lin Yu lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping indifferently over the 3 floating elders. Once, he would have felt pressured facing 3 Earth Layer powerhouses. Once, he had feared sect elders, feared overwhelming realm suppression, feared the tyranny of the strong. But that timid youth had long died in the cold mountain hut. Now, he walked the void Deo. A power that transcended mortal realm rules. Iron Sword Valley rules the border, bullies wanderers, and preys on the weak. Lin Yu's voice was steady and calm, carrying no rage, only quiet judgment. You rely on your realm to oppress others, yet you know nothing of true power. Submit to you. A faint, mocking smile tugged at his lips. You are not qualified. Insolence. The 3 elders' faces turned icy cold in an instant. Arrogant brat. Elder Gao's killing intent exploded forth. Since you refuse to yield, we will cripple your limbs, strip your meridians bare, and force your void technique out of your body. Attack. Boom. 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 3 streams of blazing earth-tier spirit chi erupted simultaneously, condensing into 3 towering iron sword shadows that pierced the dusk sky. The sword intent was sharp and brutal, carrying decades of killing accumulation, enough to split stone mountains and crush ordinary spirit layer experts into dust. The 3 sword shadows locked all of Lin Yu's escape routes, pressing down from above with overwhelming earth layer might. The crowd of onlookers held their breath, certain that the youth would be shattered into blood paste in the next second. Facing the 3 fatal sword strikes, Lin Yu did not retreat, did not dodge, did not even tense his body. He simply lifted one palm upward. Hum. A silent, pitch-black void ripple unfurled from his palm, spreading outward like an inverted abyss covering the sky. This was no violent collision, no explosive clash of chi. It was pure devouring. The three formidable earth layer sword shadows crashed into the void ripple, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Gone without a trace. All their sharp sword intent, all their solid spirit chi, all their killing power was completely swallowed by the void, erased from existence without the slightest ripple. The sky turned quiet again. The entire town fell into dead, suffocating silence. The three hovering elders froze mid-air, their eyes bulging wide, their faces drained of every drop of blood. Their bodies trembled violently, and their steady earth layer auras flickered wildly, on the verge of collapse. Impossible, absolutely impossible. One elder roared in trembling disbelief. Three mid-stage earth layer sword arts, completely neutralized with one palm. They could not understand what had just happened. Their power was built upon mortal cultivation realms, upon heaven and earth spirit chi. Yet this youth's void power did not compete with their strength, it annihilated it entirely. It was a power above their entire cultivation system. Elder Gao's heart sank to the bottom in an instant, endless terror sweeping through his bones. He finally realized this was no ordinary rogue cultivator with a forbidden technique. This was a monster they had foolishly provoked. Retreat. Fast. Elder Gao roared hoarsely, abandoning all greed and arrogance. He twisted his body instantly, attempting to flee at full speed, never daring to fight again. The other two elders woke from their shock and fled in panic, their previous domineering aura completely shattered. But Lin Yu would not allow them to leave. He had learned his lesson in Qingxian sect. Merely defeating bullies would only leave hidden troubles. These ruthless elders had killed countless wanderers and oppressed countless mortals. To let them flee was to bring endless disaster to Azure Town. His Deo heart was calm, but it was never soft. Did you think you could come to kill me, then leave unharmed? Lin Yu's cold voice drifted upward. He flicked his sleeve gently. Whoosh! 3 invisible void threads shot through the air, silently piercing the fleeing bodies of the 3 elders. 3 muffled sounds rang out mid-air. The 3 fleeing figures stiffened instantly, their surging spirit chi collapsing in an instant. Their solid earth layer meridians were eroded and sealed by void power, their decades of cultivation crumbling away rapidly. They lost the ability to hover and crashed heavily to the stone ground, one after another, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. In the span of 3 breaths, 3 mid-stage Earth Layer elders of Iron Sword Valley were completely defeated and crippled. Lin Yu stepped forward slowly, his footsteps light, yet each step seemed to press heavily on the hearts of every living person in the town. He stood before the fallen elders, his gaze calm and unyielding. This borderland belongs to no faction. No one is allowed to bully the weak, no one is allowed to plunder wanderers. No one is allowed to rely on cultivation power to act tyrannically. Today, I cripple your cultivation as a warning to Iron Sword Valley. If your faction dares to step into mortal territory again to cause trouble, I will erase your valley from the map. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an unshakable supreme will, echoing across the entire dusk-shrouded town. The 3 elders lay on the ground, trembling and despairing, not daring to utter a single word of defiance. All their arrogance, greed, and tyranny had been crushed completely beneath Lin Yu's void power. The onlooking cultivators and mortals stared in utter shock, their minds blank with disbelief. A single youth, suppressed 3 Earth Layer elders alone. The unbeatable tyrants of the borderlands had been reduced to powerless mortals in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu turned away without a second glance at the fallen elders. He had not killed them. He chose mercy, not because he feared retaliation, but because his Dao heart had matured. He no longer relied on killing to resolve every conflict. Punishment, restraint, and warning were the marks of a cultivator walking a supreme path. This was his greatest growth since leaving Qingxian Mountain. The night wind blew through the alley, sweeping away the lingering killing intent and spiritual chaos. Lin Yu raised his head, gazing toward the distant dark mountain ranges beyond the border. Iron Sword Valley was only the first trivial obstacle on his journey. Word of his void power would soon spread across the border cultivation realm, attracting countless greedy eyes, powerful factions, and hidden geniuses. The real grand world of cultivation was finally beginning to unfold before him. Dusk dyed the sky a deep burnt orange, draping every tile and alley of Azure Town in dim, heavy shadow. The 3 Earth Layer elders hovered high above the courtyard, their combined spiritual pressure crushing the air into stagnation, weighing down on every living creature in the town. Elder Gao's iron sword hummed sharply at his waist, the blade trembling with accumulated killing intent forged from decades of slaughter. His 2 companions flanked him left and right, their palms brimming with condensed earth-tier spirit chi, their gazes cold and merciless. They had no intention of fair combat. From the moment they locked onto Lin Yu's position, they had decided his fate: capture him alive, strip his meridians bare, dissect his void technique, and turn him into a living furnace for Iron Sword Valley's advancement. Brat, Elder Gao boomed, his voice rolling like distant thunder. You dare assault my disciples and trample the dignity of our valley. Surrender your technique and submit. We will spare your life and grant you the honor of serving our section. His words carried blatant contempt. In their eyes, Lin Yu was merely a rootless rogue, lucky enough to possess a strange unorthodox power, but utterly lacking the foundation and realm to confront formal Earth layer cultivators. The scarred disciple watched from the street below, his eyes blazing with vengeful excitement. He could already picture the arrogant youth being tortured and subdued, paying dearly for the humiliation he had inflicted earlier. Lin Yu stepped slowly out of the courtyard, his footsteps light and unrushed. He lifted his eyes to meet the three hovering elders, no trace of fear or fluster in his calm gaze. Once, he would have marveled at Earth layer power, would have feared the overwhelming suppression of senior cultivators. But after awakening the void physique, after overturning Qingxian sect's elders, his perspective had completely changed. Earth layer power was mighty in the mortal borderlands, but it was still bound by mortal rules, confined to the limitations of worldly spirit qi. The void transcended all rules. Your dignity, Lin Yu repeated softly, a faint, mocking calm lacing his tone. You plunder travelers, oppress mortals, and bully the weak to prop up your so-called dignity. Such false prestige is not worth my submission. Insolent fool! The elder on the left roared, his patience snapping instantly. Since you refuse to repent, we will break your limbs and drag you back to the valley to taste 100 tortures. Boom! Massive spirit qi erupted forth. The three elders moved in perfect unison, their decades of combat experience merging into a coordinated killing formation. Three towering iron sword shadows sliced through the dusk sky, carrying sharp sword intent that split the surrounding wind and cracked the courtyard's stone walls. The sword lights crisscrossed, locking every possible escape route, descending toward Lin Yu with killing power enough to crush peak spirit layer cultivators into pulp. The onlooking cultivators hiding in the distant alleys held their breath, their hearts sinking. No one believed Lin Yu could survive this triple Earth layer assault. Yet facing the descending fatal sword formation, Lin Yu merely raised a single palm. No violent explosion, no roaring aura. A silent, pitch-black void ripple unfurled from his palm, spreading outward like an endless dark abyss covering the entire courtyard. The three blazing sword shadows crashed into the void ripple the next instant. There was no earth-shaking collision, no deafening blast. All the brilliant sword light, all the sharp killing intent, all the surging earth layer spirit chi vanished silently, swallowed clean by the void ripple without leaving a single trace. The sky turned quiet once more. The three hovering elders froze mid-air, their eyes bulging wide with utter disbelief. Their powerful combined attack, enough to raise half the town, had been erased in an instant without the slightest resistance. Their well-trained instincts screamed danger, pure terror flooding their hearts. This was no unorthodox technique. This was a power that completely suppressed mortal cultivation. Retreat. Elder Gao shouted hoarsely, abandoning all greed and arrogance in an instant. He twisted his body, turning to flee toward the distant mountains at full speed. The other two elders woke from their shock and fled in panic, their previous domineering auras shattered into nothingness. But Lin Yu would not allow them to leave and spread trouble. He had learned through his 3 years of suffering that mercy for tyrants was cruelty for the innocent.